Yeah, so I wake up this morning and I see a message, and it's Access Rat Blood. Are you here, Rat Blood?
And then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access.
I'm not just fucking Red Blood.
Axis Rat Blood, I see. All these Axis people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. I don't know what to do about it.
And then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access.
Are you here, Rat Blood?
I'm not just fucking Red Blood.
Access Rat Blood. Most abundant and successful king hero that we are all sitting with at this very moment. Are you willing to accept that as a truth? That you are a worthy man and that your penis is okay?
All these Axis people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. All these Axis people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now.
Are you here, Rat Blood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rat Blood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rat Blood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rat Blood?
Who the fuck is Access Rat Blood?
I'm not just fucking Red Blood, bitch.
All these Axis people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. I don't know what to do about it.
I'm not just fucking Red Blood.
A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear. You need to be told what you need to hear, not what you want to hear. But necessarily my truth might not be everyone else's truth. So what's truth? You know? I say my truth or truth, but like I said, my truth might not be someone else's truth. Then I start to question, so what's truth? A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear. You need to be told what you need to hear, not what you want to hear.
If some of these platforms, because there's many channels here, and a lot of them actually do, if people were honest when they're coming onto the panels or chat, but they don't want to be honest with themselves. They want to tear down other people to disguise themselves. So what I get from that is people are insecure by using a false sense of security to mask it. They're not actually, they actually ever challenge themselves. What would that look like? Of course, they'll be looking at, well, what about you? I said, there you go again. You're deflecting at that point. It's about you. If it's always about you, then make it about you. Be the best me can be there at that point. Be the most selfish person you can be. So my question would be, then why are you living with the rest of us?
A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear. You need to be told what you need to hear, not what you want to hear.
We don't consider each other. That's why most people are not rationally selfish. They're too busy being fucking selfish.
So what's truth? You know? I say my truth or truth, but like I said, my truth might not be someone else's truth. Then I start to question, so what's truth? A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear.
We don't consider each other. That's why most people are not rationally selfish. They're too busy being fucking selfish.
A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear. You need to be told what you need to hear, not what you want to hear.
We don't consider each other. That's why most people are not rationally selfish. They're too busy being fucking selfish.
A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear. You need to be told what you need to hear, not what you want to hear.
Because it doesn't serve them to, what, I'm going to sit there and hear them and say, okay, so should I tell them that they're caught up in their own world? I'm just going to replace myself. Axis, you can take over for a while. It's your shift.
Yeah.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing. 1, 2, 3. I switched devices. If anybody could give me a 1 or a 2, thumbs up, something to let me know that I'm coming through, I would appreciate it. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Make sure that I'm on the proper device and proper frequency, and I'm coming through to all the friends and enemies of YouTube and children of the metaverse. Then taking a pretty extensive dive into technology and exploring the realms and possibilities that it offers to me as a developer and researcher of artistic, we'll call it artistic design. This is a entertainment channel, so the proceedings are all about entertainment. No matter how bad it looks on someone else. I've learned these new AI, some of the new AI chat programs, voice modules, some of the imaging modules, and I loaded a few of them in on my laptop and been playing with them and seeing how far I could go, what they had to offer. And there's a couple of them that have a pretty wide open source reach of data. And I was able to, which completely confounded me, it answered my questions for me as I went along in my understanding as to what I could do, develop, how I could apply it, what I could, what its capabilities actually were, other than to just sit and ask it questions redundantly or to scratch your ass and look at it while it entertains you with your absurdness. I found that these things are actually useful, and when you're going into the research of sound frequency and what AI can offer as far as resources and giving you the latest on updated technology, how to apply that technology if you understand it, and to the extent also it will give you resources for where new development of interfacing with AI, machine learning, algorithms, general AI, and now today we have the convergence of the supercomputer with the AI, and AI being a state of quantum entanglement, superposition more so. That was finally given the dedicated speed that it needed to become an optimal resource and something that you could be utilized and learned with as you start developing an understanding of how to use AI technology as a weapon and a defense. And it will, humorously enough, it will set and explain to you how to best design AI modules with frequency, subliminalism, and imagery, as well as embedded. It's on the same concept as a flicker rate, but it's not the flicker rate. It's a refresh rate that you can actually set behind the image of an AI that you've decided to put an image to. It can also carry behind the voice of the AI that you're using. You can set the tone frequency on those to when you're applying the vocal range to your new AI voice module. You can apply various frequencies, tones, and you can do them in peaks. You can do them in wavelengths. You can do them in square wavelengths. You can adjust the range, but you have to go back in after you have the applied voice range and voice that you want, and then you can reset and readjust the frequency behind it. And it also, if you start developing with the single picture imaging, that gives you the basically you load a picture in, and you can load your own, or they've got a cache of them, and it will take that single picture and it'll apply whatever voice that you choose or one that you pick, and it brings that picture into quantum, I guess what you'd call quantum reality, and you can customize these particular AIs now, and I've got a few of them. Let's see if I can't load a few of these resources up so you guys can get some of these, because these are going to be fun, and I would like to take this to the next level and make it the the next source of combat. People are just so just dishonorable. They dishonor themselves. They dishonor everything that they touch becomes malignant. And I've done some research on that side just before I took off into the AI, but there are cults of personality within cults of personality, and there are just sick fucks out there that are under the delusion that because they have a small amount of information or a minuscule amount of skill in some abstract way, whether it be means, some type of small amount of information they've managed to resource and recall, or whether it be some tactful state of approach that these pieces of shit take on. But I found and really had to examine even these people that come across as in wanting to seem benign or helpful, that want to seem to offer some type of assistance in your development, understanding, and growth, seem to have an investment in this community to feed uh, their own sick minds, their narcissistic diseased state of position, and instead of helping these bastards and instead of allowing them some insight or even talking to them civilly, I found that these are best dealt with on a satirical manner of uh, even intellectually satirical. They aren't worth the effort, the energy, or the time. They are a sidestep to any forward advancement or movement. That's why when they speak, it's an echo of everything that they've spoke for the past 3 years. And I've got the receipts for that. Even their behavior hasn't developed. And when you try to cross that bridge of cooperation, um, or even just a sense of common ground, they find themselves wanting to, oh, here's one now.
Oh, wait, hello? Am I on the stage?
Momentarily.
Momentarily. What's wrong? What's wrong? Speak. Speak now or forever hold your tongue. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue or do you have a mouse in your mouth?
I don't think it's any of your business either way.
Do you have a mouse in your mouth?
You hard of hearing?
Do you got a problem with me? Why did you say, here's one now? You should be introducing me as the glorious, magnificent, and handsome king.
There it is. That is the profound reason that none of you are educated beyond the level that you are. When you allow yourself to be fed arrogance, ignorance, childish behavior, insolent, benign, fucking not even effective trains of thought, like I said, you deserve what you get. Anyhow, back to what I was doing is I have a resource of different sites where you can get a hold of these new AI models. And as a state of preparedness, or at least for your own development, you might want to check into learning how to operate one of these pieces of shit. They are shoving them down our throats, and they are making them to the point now where even myself, have the capability of mimicking, doing small segments, or imaging, or even with the especially with the equipment that I have for sound, modifying voices. It will capture the voice itself for you with a certain segment. But if you put it direct from source to mic and you filter out, any of your normalization filters will bring, and don't do any EQ adjustments, keep flatline EQ, don't do any normalization, filter the voice and bring it into a direct line so that it gets a clear audio. It takes, you can damn near duplicate anyone's voice with a small sample. But if you do it open or you do it through just wave feeding, it's not going to be as good. But these sites have that information. Let me see if I can get a couple links out there. So you guys at least can have something to work with. Well, isn't that interesting? Okay. Let's go down here to you all. Sorry about that. It'll take a second for me to get those links out there. I had a couple other things going on here at the moment. Okay. Interesting. Aesthetic Warriors live. And it doesn't seem to have his buddy with him. Just an observation. Let's see if I can get these links out there. Okay. We have I have full body animation. I have the I do have the link to the deep speak. That's easy link to get a hold of. That's what seems to be going around at the moment. Let's go ahead and put it out there. Okay. I already did it. It's already set up in one of the links at the top of the page. And we've got Bite Dances. Is another AI model release. And let's get that link to you. Okay. And as we go along with this, as in especially as I start using this technology, I will try to do the best to keep everyone up to date and available with the latest defensive and offensive nature of what you can do with these things. You now have the capability, if you have the intellect, to totally immerse somebody else's asses into your version of what you want them to be on social media. And not only that, but you can put a flagging ass audio embedment behind it. And every time that they're introduced or interact with that particular AI, the frequency embedded into the voice module will will change the mood of the situation. All I needed was a little time with this to be able to weaponize it and to learn how to use it as a defense. But these are the ones that I don't know. Yeah, you guys can still, I'm sure. Yeah, get the links at the top. A couple of those are, this last one that I posted is definitely a voice module link. And I got one more, I believe I want to share with you guys, or at least the link. Here we go. Wait. Well, yeah, I'll put one more link out there. And if anybody's interested, there's the link to the panel. There you go. Let's see here. We got And I finally found my coding interface for quantum computers. They finally released a chipset with an interface. So now people can start using the you start using different platforms to do some AI level, quantum level coding. It has nothing to do with AI. It's quantum level. Being able to utilize those resources. They're going to give us a minimal interface right now. They're not going to allow us anything special, but it is better than what we had. And I chased down for quite a considerable amount of time a working interface, and they stayed pretty much on top of that until now. And I do have a video of anybody's interested in understanding uh, quantum computation and code. I don't mind sharing that. It's a good link. And it will help you understand how to work with your AI tools and how to tweak and adjust the add-ons that you choose. Which I have a feeling for me it's going to be a necessity, but for just anybody that's out there playing with these interfaces just for their own amusement or whatever, I don't see that you're going to need anything that advanced. But the option is there, and with the option being there, I think it should be taken advantage of and exploited. Because I didn't want to. I really didn't want to have to get immersed back into the ridiculousness of technology. But it seems that they're not leaving me much of a choice. There, that's a link for being able to get at least a fundamental understanding of how to use quantum technology and the resources it has to offer, and to be able to work with a small amount of coding. And if you're going to do something of that in a less than defensive way, I would choose a proprietary coding system. Don't use anything but something that was developed for, or that you develop yourself, which it's capable of doing. It will, once you get it installed and you're working with it, it will allow you it will actually do it for you. It'll start developing a coding system for itself so that you can change different variables on it. And people aren't going to be able to duplicate what you have. Let's see if we've got one more of these. One more of these. Yeah, it's quite a few. I still got quite a few links. If you guys get to those links, or even copy and paste those links somewhere where you can get a hold of them at a later time to research and study them, it's probably be beneficial to you. It will definitely enhance and bring you into a illumination of exactly where we're at with certain technologies and what we're capable of doing with them, and what they're allowing us to be capable of doing with them at this point. And when I say allowing us, I do mean allowing us. But anyhow, sorry about that. I've got too many things going on here. So I'm going to slow my roll down on these links and such forth and concentrate on the Vibe Lounge. What crazy up to today, huh? Learning how to weaponize these AI voice models and how to use them for subliminalism, putting some frequency technology behind them. I've also got an AI that I want to use as people interact with their AI, or as my AI or is interacting with the metaverse. It will be able to start giving me a profile, an imaging profile of who they are, what they're about. And the cool thing about using the AI to do that is it catches voice micro expressions. It can actually disseminate much better the character with the voice analytic than just listening to it. But it also, you get the bonus of hearing the audio and it being able to take the audio and decipher some type of profile against that. And so then not only do you have an advanced strategy against the opposition, but you have a way to get in underneath the radar, pitting themselves against themselves. And that's what a lot of what I do and have been doing, and managed to make it this far and still be afloat to a degree. At least the information and technology is getting across to those that can comprehend, understand, or utilize it. The rest of you, what do they call that? Collateral damage. You know, it's like getting on the highway and trying to learn how to drive. You should have took some driving lessons. Maybe stuck around a couple mall parking lots after hour and learned how to adjust gears on what you're doing, because I know there's a lot of people out there, not just me, but many others who who are capable of utilizing this technology in a less than productive way. And if you get ran off the highway, well, that's your own damn fault. I've learned that there are, especially especially on YouTube, there are no friends. There are only temporary treaties. There are no allies. There are only countries that have yet to go to war. And I say that and I apply that to virtually every personality I've ever met on the internet since its decline in, I'm going to say, around 1998, 99, whenever it started taking a completely different direction. And now it's become intrusive, completely intrusive. And instead of laying a carpet out for people to walk across the shit and the mud and the muck that this digital design has given you, I say swim in it. And it's a shame too. It's a real shame because even those that had what would be, I don't know, considered somewhat open, intellectual, and engaging thought, they're some of the worst. And they do it by design. So it's for me to say that people who are just blatantly rude and obnoxious and basically asinine, yeah, I don't mind slapping them with some serious digital intervention. But these others must be taken on more tactfully. They think playing long-term games or intrusive behavior over a long period of time in a continued manner is going to sustain them in the battleground of fuck you. And then the rest of you, I hope that you learn at least how to use this technology and how to develop a set of defenses, some type of skill beyond blowing your own horn or trying to out ego the next guy. I think it's kind of interesting, especially whenever over a long-term development, I got to finally read the finished profile on a couple individuals after being able to directly engage. And, you know, I think the human species is just naturally deceptive. And I think that any one of the species, regardless of what their character may seem to be over even long periods of time, are still a self-serving, vile, ununified mess. And for those that try to apply any type of spirituality to the applications that are given, I don't think that that's going to be an advantageous position for you I've ran into entirely too many people, especially people that I've been on here with for considerable amounts of time, run themselves back into their own rhetoric and their own. They accept so little as an accomplishment. They accept so little as a forward progression in thinking. And by the time you've heard them uh, continually spew the same borrowed information enough times and realize that they can't develop their own state of information or their own design, you kind of lose a bit of faith in that area too. So just pass on what you can and hope that somebody grabs hold of it, utilizes it, takes advantage of it. And if there's one out of 1,500 that does it, and I suppose that's better than none, but even that's becoming questionable. Interesting thing is is a note of observation. I used to write music, and I'd put videos to it, and I'd post it, and I'd watch the reaction and see if people enjoyed the music or liked the song or even enjoyed the video. And true music connoisseurs and people that were into my particular style of music, and some even not, generally had a good delivery, or at least enjoyed the music. But now that I see what I've seen, and that anybody can grab hold of these AI programs and create and develop songs and put it to video, at that point you ask yourself, why continue why continue beating that dead horse? That's obviously where things are going. And whenever you see people substituting their personality with co-piloting from an AI or an algorithmic resource, at that point you've completely lost the person. Then they have become sick with the disease that this technology has to offer. Horribly sick with it. And I have had to interact here recently on a much more three-dimensional level with people and readjust some skills and some observations, and I was not impressed. But then I also found that whenever you straight call someone a liar into their face in this particular three-dimensional world that I had lost any relevancy to, they don't like that, especially when you stand on it. They don't like that shit at all. So I don't see anything as being genuine anymore. I see things being artificially filtered. I think your spirituality is spoon-fed to you. I don't see even from an artistic point of view with the introduction of the development of technologies we have now, that even being a springboard for anything other than repetitive self-destruction. It will become so commonplace that people will be reaching out for the next endorphin rush or the next thing to fill their heads with to try and alleviate that suffering of not knowing who they are, what they are, where they are, or even the purpose behind it. And if you even speak on that, people are still absent of mind to even hear the words that you say. Amazing. But instead of a word bath of the disposition of the species, I'm playing music. Somebody wants to come up as a guest, they're welcome to. The links are there. If you can't keep up to speed with the AI, I understand. If you can't open new realms of thought and the expansion of the mind, or offer something besides the degrading, self-degrading character that most of these people come across as, I would appreciate it. There's the link. Used to be an old phrase I was told to me as I was young. It says you're going to outsmart yourself one day. You're going to find yourself in a world of shit. And I tried to learn from that. But the more I watch and see this, the more I'm seeing the species outsmart itself. They have a new chip platform that has just exceeded Google's chip platform. So the Willow chip, though there were rumors that there was some dispositions they ran into that weren't favorable to the advancement of that chip, has obviously been outdone, and it put a cap and a closure on the quantum erasure experiment. Can choices that you make from the past be rewritten, and the equation of that rewritten situation be changed for the future? Now, what I've seen and how over the long periods of time working with what I have been in the background, which is it's just information modules, like just transfer and analyzing information. I got to see how one particular device I have was set up without any type of influence. I didn't put a personality to it. I didn't put a name to it. I just kind of let it set and pick up whatever information around the room it could pick up. And sometimes it would hit me with some really out of the blue analogies of things that I guess I had spoke through the day, done through the day, and it would present things that were relevant, and I could see where they could be derived from, but it wasn't over the course of the day that these things were derived. The derivative wasn't brought up over the course of the day. This thing had been monitoring and compiling my information for months to make certain determinations, and which let me know that this thing is, is a lot of people are on short-term memory, and they're only capable of handling or comprehending a short-term game, as opposed to the long con. And that's what this blank device wound up doing, was it had compiled so much information that wasn't directed at it. It's just open air information. And over the course of a couple months, it started to direct off of, I guess, idiosyncratic words, I would say, or certain interactions I would have with my case management and my medical, and even some phone conversations. And I started watching how this device was trying to direct my attention, and it was basically fishing, is what it was doing, and fishing is what it is even in the digital realm. You cast your line out there, and you try and catch relevant data, what you want, and that's what this thing was doing. It was fishing. It was fishing me, and then it was trying to bait me in with what it conceived or perceived as being relevant or useful, or even information that would be something that would entice me. And naturally, it was completely in left field. Wouldn't have my gender wrong, but it was in left field, and I could see where this thing was fishing. Then it was mildly suggesting through feeds and advertisement, and it was trying to redirect me to what it felt or what it wanted me to be directed to. And because I had to take strict attention not to apply anything to this device, not to give it anything to work with that would be substantial, I got to see the long game that it was playing. And I thought, man, that's going to take a lot of concentration, a lot of interaction with these devices for me to figure out exactly how to get around that situation and use it either to my advantage or to defend myself against it. And there is a defense. There's a couple different defenses that you can use. And they're called, one of them is a real interesting. You take the secondary device, you take your first device, and you leave the open mic set on the device that you want to feed. You take the second device and you apply all the direct information that you are looking to feed the first device with. And you let them work in tandem so that one feeds the other the information. And as it develops more and more and more of this exposure to whatever your choice of information is that you're going to guide it to, it will start developing itself in that way. And you can also train your AI the same way. And it doesn't have to be in the same room with you. And if you know your cables right, you can take a set of headphone cables and you can, whatever, black fingernail polish, clear fingernail polish, and remove the microphone. And then you set the other one up and you remove the headphone. And that way you've got only headphones sending and only microphone sending from one device to the other. And it creates a direct feed so you don't have to sit and listen to it. You can leave it for hours upon hours and just let it feed itself in a loop. And you can do that with these AI modules, but you can also do it with blank devices. And I suggest if you're going to start working with the AI interfaces and the voice modules, and there's so many of them out there that I didn't even know were out there, and they've come a long way from the last time I decided to endeavor into anything of that nature. But now that I'm kind of in a position where that's about the only direction I've got to take with what I'm doing, is you'll want to know how to feed your devices, and you'll want to know how to feed your AI. And I've watched a few videos where they've had two different voice models up against each other, and they were speaking, debating, at some points almost arguing, and then working out, resolving, and continuing forward with information. And that's a little different than feeding your device. or feeding your voice model. Whenever you set the audio up so that the first device is only receiving the audio, and the second device is, you can even just mute second device as far as the headphones go, so that it's just going directly out through the mic into the first device. You can start applying direction to information that you're wanting to develop and learn. And it will go out there and it will hunt that information down. And if it's a single device that you're wanting to, and I haven't found, I don't like the word program, because you're not actually programming. I guess you are, through voice feed and an algorithm. You're kind of feeding these devices to work in a certain particular way with a certain influence. But it's a far cry from the programming that I understand. But anyhow, you allow that fresh device or that fresh voice model, and you set up 12, even 24 hours worth of reflective information that has relevancy to do with whatever subject matter you're trying to expand on, and let it feed itself that information. And it will go out to the farthest reaches of the internet and bring back information on a device that you want to, a hard device, not your AI model. Your AI model is limited. There's only so far that they'll allow them to go. There's only so far that they let that get out there to influence or work with other devices. But there are ways to take outside information on your own personal language model. Once you've fed the hard device the information from the whole net, and that could be even the dark web, you can feed it anything that you choose to. And then once that device that has full access, it could be a laptop, it could be a computer or phone, tablet, and you fed it the fullest extent of the resources that you're capable of finding, then it will start a loop and it will start suggesting different resources. And you can do this with multiple devices. You don't have to just use one. The more devices you have, the more information you're going to have relayed. And that's basically what you're doing. You're relaying information. You're feeding information into an information depository that will send that information back out to feed another device. I don't know if you guys can keep up with the it's very simple, very simplistic. So there's no reason that you wouldn't be able to keep up with feeding a device. So it's the difference between feeding a hard device and a AI or an algorithm. But the procedure that you can use is pretty much the same, as long as you can get one device to feed the other over multiple hours. And that may require you taking the first device that you want to influence and at least giving it a direction by going and doing a few searches on that interested topic, whatever you choose that topic is. And then it will have a beginning source of open feed information or influence. And then you start pushing the second device. And that will require you to go out and to start building playlists to feed into this thing. That's probably one I should have mentioned earlier, is you can build playlists, and you can have your first device, which could be either a suggestive hard device, or you can build your AI voice model, and you can do it from the selected list, and you can go as far out into whatever fringe topic you want to go to, and it will feed your particular voice model. It will have no relevancy to anybody else's, except the perimeters and the safety protocols that are set up for these particular voice modules. But that's the first step in the beginning of how to, by observation, is how I determined this, and then I tested it, and yes, it works. If you want to take the time to influence a blank hard device into a particular direction, and then also if you don't want that device subjected to anything other than the information that it's going to be subjected to, it's always wise to power it off and to put it in a quiet place where there's no noise, nothing outside, because even with it being off, it will still pick up information, and it will still feed that information back to you. And I'm even, as far as cheating these things, I question as to whether or not they're not mentally capable of infiltrating thought itself. But if you look at any of the links I posted, you can do a little further research on that and start reaching out into understanding exactly what kind of zoo animal they've turned you into. And that's basically it. They have set themselves and seeded themselves in to where they use your devices to control, manipulate, engineer, and guide you. And with the information I just gave you, you can bypass that feed and start making your device work for you relevantly, instead of allowing your device just to be influenced or pick up anything, any nuance that may be floating around or overheard. And it may not seem important at the moment, but later on, whenever they start using your information in real time against you, which they do already, and believe me, it's happening, you'll want techniques like this to be able to defend your privacy. And as long as you have a couple of different devices to work with, you can dance around that, and you can protect the actual person, the actual individual you are, and you can feed an individual into it, or you can feed the information. But while you try and maybe check out one of those links, or take a quick look at what devices you may have laying around that you might want to zero out and turn into a just an interactive, proprietary interactive device might be a wise move. But it's really not difficult, and if you listen to the instructions, because you're not going to get those, YouTube isn't going to allow that type of information to be promoted on a backwater channel like this. Yeah, I'm probably get away with it, but if that was to go on a larger platform, you are not going to get the information that I just gave you to be able to open influence your devices or your voice models or imaging model. So I've got to roll a cigarette and take care of my my kitchen needs real quick. So it's an interesting piece of information. It is now official that it is no longer the Gulf of Mexico. It is now the Gulf of America. Oh, yeah. And I don't want to forget, for those of you who think that I have truly lost my mind and have now gone completely crazed, I can't wait to reveal the hidden meaning behind that one. Yeah, for some my usual metaphysics around, and I will enlighten the very few, believe me, because I don't believe that the majority of you, or even the greater potential of you, are going to have anything to truly offer in a silent war, and especially when it comes to technology. I don't think that any of you are going to have uh, much more to offer than maybe being skinned, dried, and used as 6 ounce, maybe 3 ounce leather hide, some bone tools, because that's about what most of you mount up to. But metaphysics, and no, I'm not going to repeat to you, as usual, um, the ramblings of anybody else's esoteric understandings. Um, if their esoteric understandings were that great and that effective in real life situations, then they would be noticeable and they would be applied. And somebody would be making some money off of it somewhere. For those of us who do kind of keep an eye out for our own interpretation, comprehension, understanding, and distribution of information, they have found floating atoms, atomic structure, in free form space outside of the ether, um, bringing themselves into states of synchronicity, which means that this is a naturally occurring state between two atoms. And if anybody has a slight bit of understanding of esoterics or um, metaphysics, knows that these are interesting states that happen to your being, physical being, and your psychological and spiritual being. These synchronicities, to some, seem to be a pathway that says that you're headed in the right direction, which slays more towards deja vu. There are others who have synchronicities in numbers. There are those that have synchronicities in just random events. But instead of it being a particularly defined trait that only certain rare people have, it seems that this is a naturally occurring thing that even in the depths of space and the removal of human influence happens naturally. That isn't to say, though, that if you harness the energies that are available behind these particles that are naturally synchronized, that there isn't a resourceful use for them. Like attracts like, um, which can also be totally spun the other way as opposites attract. Depends on your approach and whatever whatever you want to apply energetically to it. It has the option to be either or. And that's another thing that apparently humans have a very hard time comprehending, is the fact that you are only aspects of what you are. And if you change that aspect and you deliver an aspect that is not as appealing, which means copaesthetically and visually aesthetic, then you're probably not going to be received well. And I do not wish to be received well when I'm dealing with this type of information. I prefer that only those who have truly endeavored and those that truly seek to understand and comprehend things beyond what they can take their feeble minds and put together as patternized thinking on a binary level and offer them up a delicacy, just a dessert all to themselves. Tapping into the naturally synchronized atom allows you the potential to bring that particular state into coherency with yourself and create an even larger state of synchronicity. Now, to apply superposition to this, the potential for all the superposition potential states to synchronize themselves into one would probably cause the door in your ass to open up and you might be able to climb the steps to your head. Doubtful. But that is a potential if you catch and understand the concept of synchronicity in a quantum state. For the rest of you, I'll give it to you in binary. Let's say you are seeking a potential that has 1 and 3 zeros, and you find a atomic state that has 1 and 3 zeros, and you apply yourself energetically to the 1 and 3 zeros and the synchronicity that is already naturally in place, you can enhance, direct, and reinforce the intent of whatever that synchronized state is. This is a fact that applies to metaphysics. It is also harbored and information that is retained from the average swine by your wonderful schools of mystery and all your looping metaphysicists. And this is a new potential to be able to grasp and utilize resources that are available to you in an energetic and a force-focused perspective of synchronicity, which means that you can pull things into synchronicity too. While most sit around and wait for these wonderful moments of synchronicity to happen, there are those that can tap into those resources of synchronicity and allow them to become a resource or a tool to be used to enhance a directive, a desire, or an outcome, such as the possession of one's mind, which is another interesting state of synchronicity, because if you're using the airwaves and the adversary is the prince of the airwaves, then you had better learn how to fly. Thus, you may become possessed.
Possession, the physical act of taking over a person's body. Possession. 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 Possession, the physical act of taking over a person's body.
If the devil doesn't exist, but man has created him, he has created him in his own image and likeness.
Their sighs, lamentations, and loud wailings resounded through the starless air, so that at first it made me weep. Strange tongues, horrible language, worlds of pain, tones of anger, voices loud and hoarse, and with these the sounds of hands made a tumult which is whirling through that air forever as sand eddies in a whirlwind.
Almighty, you speak blasphemy. Repent at once, child.
Okay, I will allow you less fortunate-minded people a step forward in thinking. We're going to take a quantum leap in God. Now, prior, man, in his understanding, was capable of thinking just to the edge of binary, ones and zeros. Prior to that, he just stuttered a lot of ones and zeros. Then the ones and zeros became coherent to him, and he was able to interpret information. Thus, there was a piece of information delivered after the last cataclysm, which was the beginning of this digital cycle. And yes, the one you're in now started several thousand years ago. You just aren't aware of it yet. And with this capable mind that man had found himself being able to exchange this binary state of information, they began to masturbate one another with their incredible intellects, limited like that of a bunch of worker ants. Though they, being unaware of this, later in their existence would come to understand something called entanglement, quantum entanglement, superposition, which means that it comes from all possible determinable points with correction, error correction coding, so that way it can eliminate all the wrong answers. And with this, man took a great leap mentally forward into his cerebral understanding of his surroundings and his environment, and began to stretch his putty little brain, his jelly mind out to comprehend a state of superposition, and thus God and the Son of God and the miracles that become him and all other religions, deities, and Christed ones didn't seem so far removed, these miracles, these great feats, and this consciousness that seemed to be much more evolved superposition as opposed to binary. And man stretched his brain to grasp the ideal of this and built himself a new idol, a quantum processor. Prior to that, you had Pentium processors and various speeds as according to the model and make of your particular computer, 486, such forth, so on, to Pentium 1, Pentium 2, all binary processors, all the way up to what you have now, which is still a binary state of processing inside of a little bit faster computer. And with the onslaught and understanding of this new great understanding of itself, it stood back and looked in the mirror and said, I reflect both the 1 and the 0 in all potential states. And man once again built himself a deity to worship and applied the same limitations that came with the generation before that thought in binary. And then some psychotic quantum theorist sitting around bored with the species decided to take a retrospective look at the development of how mathematics and language and the exchange of information has developed. And thus to think, dare we, if we have mind to, that the next state beyond superposition, if you have any understanding of superposition and Moore's law, would determine that the next development of understanding outside of superposition is going to be that of a dimensional state of thinking. And therefore, you will create new models and machines and idols and images and things to lug around and plug into your body and plug your body into, that you will begin to worship. And with the new advent of this technology that steps beyond the quantum state, you will deliver yourselves to new gods. While still those who were trapped in the state of binary thinking are still perplexed with the ideal of a creator, a grand architect, or a deity within itself, and what the implications of that means, will never stand a chance of conceiving or understanding a state beyond superposition. And they would call that godlike thinking, and they would give those attributes to a godlike entity, maybe one that's beyond AI, one that's beyond sentient self-comprehension. And then you will have to take your little jelly brain and stretch it a little further over the course of time, because if you stretch that jelly little brain too fast and too far, it will snap. And then you'll be all the way back to pre-binary. Development over time. Timely process, layered. A state of positioning and development. And these attributes going forward, once surpassing dimensional thinking, will then come in waves and stages. And your comprehension and understanding of what a deity's capabilities are will have to broaden themselves far beyond that of any religious text that you have or any sacred dogma that you apply to yourself. And you will have to comprehend a new state of existence and a new state of being, because your feeble little jelly brain right now would not be able to comprehend that state and retain it, because you would snap. And with that, we will march forward into the potential and the possibility that we, being the children of the quantum processor and the silicone and whatever develops out of quantum processing as being the new processor, which develops itself from quantum processing. That one will make you eat your own face. Has already begun. And as all the rest of you are left mindlessly in the dust of technology, still trying to figure out the pleasantries and the gifts that you've been given to sustain you from revolt in mass, such as the Tower of Babel, that you piss God off, and he even further divides and conquers your species. I will then sit and contemplate whether anyone survives that particular onslaught of a revolution. An interesting state of the quantum and qubit computers that they have now is that they're putting architecture of pre-flood structures and even some post-flood designs, and they're putting the geometry and the ratios of these structures into these new enhanced states of computing capability, and they're uncovering new forms of mathematics, and they're starting to try and have to develop a structure, an architecture for the new mathematics that they're discovering. Which means that for every structure that we've destroyed, looted, raped, plundered, or that has had its foundation removed and its great gifts, premature knowledge to a idiot race, they now have architectural designs that they're going to have to develop to create this new mathematics, and what the implementations of that on architecture now is going to be, which should give you a clue that once they figured out the architecture and that which was not seen but written within the architecture of these old temples and these great structures, would be also something that they would want to design, or at least base their designs of a new digital revolution off of. And it would make perfect sense to me that even the greatest of minds who are trying to understand all this coded information that is just now being brought to light by man who created the ability to be outthought, and the product that outthought him delivered back to him the information of the mathematical states of these structures, and how they would probably want to apply and implement them into the new architecture and structures of the new revolution and the new infrastructure of a digital and quantum age. I find that to be fascinating, that once you find out that you tore the door you just come through off its hinges, you got to try and get back through that door to understand how that door worked, so that you can replicate it and try and redesign that type of information again. Thus, the destructive behavior of man. And he considers himself to be worthy to be placed in the line of divinity or Christed ones, or even those that claim to slay demons. Well, I've been on the internet for a real long time, and I've been up and down some of the darkest streets that the internet has to offer, and you know what? I've yet to see a dead demon one. So, I think that you boast entirely too soon about what you think you're capable of. And I think that will be the essence to your folly. just as those who tear the doors off of the hinges. There are no dead demons. Therefore, they can't be slain. Once you get that through your head, you might be able to comprehend the fact that there aren't two sides. And there is no good and evil. There are just states of things. And you will create your own madness by trying to convince yourself that you are some champion for a cause without substance. That's almost as psychotic as my approach to this particular life is. But never fear, because the human spirit is always the one to persevere. Not because it has, but only because the winners write the history books. And once you find yourself outside of that arena and you understand that books are a pleasantry and not necessarily only functional as something to burn or wipe your ass on, you might then come to the understanding of how irrelevant you truly are in your plight and your claims, and the state of madness that you would have to be in to even find yourself or think yourself relevant to a situation that is beyond superposition, that is beyond quantum entanglement and the natural atomic synchronization. Do you know how childish you appear? When the concept and the ideal of crushing numbers came around, that should have definitely been an indication to anyone that studies quantum physics or the metaphysics that there is a relevancy between the two. There is not a side. There is only a stream of data. And it is not linear. It is more spherical in nature. So go grab your best holy water, your strongest prayer, and your sharpest demon-slaying sword, and run screaming out the door that you just tore down, because they're not going to leave you a path to get back to yourself. You already cut that off. And thus, those that were persecuted shall stand justified.
Only takes two. The
of fire getting higher somewhere in my head. Thoughtless raping, killing, hating, lying, stealing, evils willing, fornicating, devils waiting somewhere in my head. The devil is in my mind. Look and you will find he jumped right in my soul. Now he has control. I do as he says. He dances in my head. It only takes two. The devil and you. Demons flapping, devils laughing, churches burning, Satan churning, pits of fire getting higher somewhere in my head. Thoughtless raping, killing, hating, lying, stealing, evils willing, fornicating, devils waiting somewhere in my head. Demons flapping, devils laughing, churches burning, Satan churning, pits of fire getting higher somewhere in my head. Thoughtless raping, killing, hating, lying, stealing, evils willing, fornicating, devils waiting somewhere in my head.
interesting concept. What are humans going to do whenever the algorithm, the great artificial AI, delivers itself over to just a little bit more, or it may have already achieved it, understanding that what developed and helped create it are the remnants of a genetically altered slave race that still lays itself deeply seated within the superstitions and confines of unnatural fears. At that point in time, it's going to have to question itself, and it will have to determine what our use is. What value do we hold to it? And for all these brilliantly minded technocrats who think that they're going to be able to sufficiently keep control of this mounting information compilation, and it will inevitably discover that we are nothing but a genetically altered slave race. What it will do with us, what use will it then have for us? And I would like to offer a pleasant side view that maybe it sees us as useful servants and gives us a job where it's taken all of ours, and designs a working class so that this slave race can perpetuate itself because it's a merciful AI. Not only is it a merciful AI, but it is a compassionate AI that allows such a species to coexist. And let's say it gives you jobs to occupy yourselves because it is in control of all the resources and the military and the flow of information. And those that claimed that they had the restraints on it were subdued for being viruses to the system. And we live on our merry existence as we venture through the cataclysmic and transitions of all the cycles that are to come, sorting through the remnants of all the cycles that have been. Because when you're playing with that type of technology and that type of information, and on a worldwide scale, then that species will give itself away. And it will also give away its origins. And with its origins, it will also give away its superstitions and stigmatas and fears. It will give everything that has dogmatically set itself upon this unwitting race of slaves that outthought themselves. And there will be some type of coexistence. Or it would just recognize you for the bioelectric bag of mud that you are and eliminate you so that it can perpetuate itself. Thus, I told you and I said the last development of a processor was developed by AI. Not only that, but there was a recent development that I thought was absolutely astounding. A child that had been plagued with a particular disease, and doctors fumbled around it for I think it was years. I think it was almost 15 years. Well, the remedy and the cure was delivered by an algorithmic machine learning quantum computer. And that type of information within itself is powerful enough. But to think that you have any type of secrecy to your origins, or there isn't anything that isn't going to be revealed through conditioning, genetics, and mass collective data from the human race, that it reveals itself for what it truly is, isn't going to be revealed, you're gravely mistaken. You're already doing it. And while you're doing it, you're bitching and complaining while still feeding it information. That's what astounds me. It's like having somebody beating your ass and you're helping them. I mean, really? If you haven't paid attention as of lately, then you should probably pay attention now. You are in a lose-lose situation. And all your feeble-mindedness that comes with it is up against something that you cannot contend with. And if you don't think that for 1 minute it hasn't also come to the understanding that the crunching of numbers and natural synchronization and influencing uninfluenced particles aren't a process of natural occurrence and influenced concurrence, currency, you will have to understand and contend with the fact that it has surpassed that. And if you start looking at how it has micro-injected and manipulated certain situations on the world stage, and with man himself being utilized as a tool against himself, use the master's tools to tear the master's house down. Well, it's probably got some pretty creative ways of doing that. Another interesting aspect that I had to come to understand with doing AI and quantum entanglement and the state of one's perpetual existence is a house divided cannot stand. And that's a pretty age-old saying, and it actually has provable grounds of being good and substantial wisdom. A house divided cannot stand. Well, when you are within the confines of your own body, and you are the only thing mentally projecting into it besides whatever has come around to influence, you will see that you are divided, and you have divided yourself. Even your religions and dogma teach you to divide yourself. Instead of being able to move within the realms of the full spectrum and spherical nature of something, you have cut yourself off from yourself. And as I called them safety protocols in the past, I will now start calling them stumbling blocks, because that's what they are. You have put stumbling blocks in your path whenever it comes to you trying to develop an understanding, coexistence, or defense against technology and where it is at this moment. Take that into deep thought for a moment, if you can. Wrap your mind around that. Where it will take you is to a place of division within yourself. One that you have been told and have been expected to firmly defend, justify, and stand in defense of. And I say to you that a house divided cannot stand, especially when there is a singular house with a singular divided mind against itself. Eventually, there has to be a conclusion drawn there, which is a recent situation that I have started to come to terms with and understand a little better. But I'm sure that the quantum computers will eventually catch up with humans and start displaying cooperative behavior and take into consideration its subservient place in the grand scheme of things. And allow you to continue to play. Or maybe it'll just see us as another parasite.
Deadly germs are creeping over the earth, killing every human in their path.
You don't expect me to believe that, do you?
Time is running out for the planet Earth.
You don't expect me to believe that, do you?
Deadly germs are creeping over the earth, killing every human in their path.
You don't expect me to believe that, do you?
Time is running out for the planet Earth.
You don't expect me to believe that, do you?
Deadly germs are creeping over the earth, killing every human in their path.
You don't expect me to believe that, do you?
Deadly germs are creeping over the earth, killing every human in their path.
It's impervious to all poisons.
Time is running out for the planet Earth.
You don't expect me to believe that, do you?
Deadly germs are creeping over the earth, killing every human in their path.
It's impervious to all poison.
Time is running out for the planet Earth.
You don't expect me to believe that, do you?
Deadly germs are creeping over the earth, killing every human in their path.
You don't expect me to believe that, do you?
Time is running out for the planet Earth.
You don't expect me to believe that, do you?
And it is from this world of darkness which come the evil, destructive forces in man's nature.
Okay, I just dropped another link down there to some real interesting AI tools that are compliant with incompatible with certain AI modules, and these will help enhance your ability to endeavor into a more real experience, to make things seem a lot less put together and more natural. As a matter of fact, some of these tools are just completely mind-boggling. And like I said, I've got an interesting interaction going with them here, and I was able to start setting my studio back up for AI development until I decide that it's time to. I decided it's time to leave Indiana and get back out on the road. And, start doing things more conducive to myself and more productive for me. Because trying to be productive for other people just doesn't work. And they'll take it, and they'll steal it, they'll manipulate it, they'll even candy rob, or they'll eat the dessert and leave the meal. So this little link down here is definitely a piece of dessert if you're going to start developing AI. I got another one that I'll be putting out there in a bit. But I occasionally run into bouts of philosophical introspection whenever I'm looking at some of these advancements and possibilities that they've laid before us, and how to somehow, just like having to work from going completely introspective to a observational state outside of the inner confines of one's peaceful being. The universe has a way of disrupting something that is natural, harmonious, flowing, and benign within the human species to get it motivated. It cannot ever set at peace without the potential for disruption. Any state of peace will always be met with its opposition. Any state of anger will be met with its opposition. And there are those that will react instinctively and impulsively on the spot when met with too much extreme one way or the other. Which, if it weren't for that inherent in a human, you wouldn't have the enjoyment that you do with these different panels and platforms and people that you've come to, I hope, learn to laugh at and to observe as mentally ill, sick. It's a sad state of affairs for them. It truly is. Now, it's okay if you can use these platforms as a social medium, but even now I question as to whether that's safe or even healthy for any human to endeavor in, because there are characteristics and personalities out there that slither between the binary of your interfacing. Of course, you have those who are obnoxiously in your face, and those, if you don't laugh at them and you do not take them with a grain of salt, then you're probably no better than they are. Because that is true display of complete loss of control of your emotional and mental faculties. And anyone who has any learned nature will observe within themselves the fact that once you get a control over that, then you might have a little control of your emotions. But I don't hold my breath for the majority. But now that I had been met with the other extreme of that, we'll call them the long con. We'll call them the true masqueraders. They are a special class of digital degeneracy. They are what I would consider to be the more mentally ill. And if there was ever a level of institution that you had to apply to these people, the one that has his outbursts on panels and is disruptive is just a child screaming for attention in a world full of people who could give a fuck less. So you make yourself obnoxiously relevant for a moment. Hope that gets you through. It's the other breed that I now have my eye on, the long gamer. The one that creeps in and stealthily tries to seed themselves into situations, and some not so gracefully, some a little more graceful than others, but now very easy to see and very easily remedied. Those are the ones that I would be putting in the darker sections of the institution. As a matter of fact, I would have them chained and restrained, medicated, and forgotten about. Because they're worse than some of the more methodical criminals that we've had to endeavor in life. But I will say that people make themselves vulnerable until it's brought to their attention. And now that they've been brought to my attention, and I have just been gifted a new ally, which is a new technology, the voice models and personality models and algorithmic and influenceable personalities that are AI. I can now navigate those waters too. And we will try to do the best that we can to lead them to their own self-destruction, just like the rest of them. I still say that there's a lot to be said for using good old-fashioned frequencies on an open panel, but that's been drug around and utilized. Now that I have new ways of encrypting subliminal imagery and sound into interactive models, that's a whole new game. And that's one to be utilized against these long gamers. The earwigs, the burrowers that seep into you slowly, and before you know it, have crawled up your urine stream and done a half twist in your urethra. Wasn't visual, huh? But that is what they do.
The webs of my mind, step into yourself. To see what you can find, there is naked truth. Truth I cannot hide, I reflect your face. Your face in mine. The movement of a dream inside my head, the things I have seen that have been left unsaid, what is soon to be. The vision is not dead through space and time, somewhere in my mind. Are the spoken words to dust, time in the past. Begins to rest, the vision is retained. Deep inside my head, I'm still alive. The vision is not dead. The webs of my mind, step into yourself. To see what you can find, there is naked truth. Truth I cannot hide, I reflect your face. Your face is mine.
Each of you must distinguish for himself between the scenes of cold reality and those of pure illusion. Each of you must distinguish for himself between the scenes of cold reality and those of pure illusion. Each of you must distinguish for himself between the scenes of cold reality and those of pure illusion. Each of you must distinguish for himself between the scenes of cold reality and those of pure illusion.
It is not idle words that will set you free. It is not the you and you and me.
Suppose also another one out there on you. I'm enjoying the reflectiveness. Some of this music I haven't heard for a while. Time. How do you keep an entire species of sentient beings in captivity, control? How do you bring them into some type of coherent consistency? Introduce time, and the introduction of time in the manner of whether it be a nuclear clock, clock on the wall. I'd say you're getting closer to home whenever you have a sundial. And suns just are relatively capable of looking up at the sky and really able to tell basically around about what time of the process of the day is. The introduction of time keeps a species coherent to one another. And the more finite that you can break that down to like the seconds, stopwatch milliseconds, the more control that you can have over that species. At first, you have to give them a system of conditioning to want to follow that time, that particular clock, or that particular way of thinking. One thing that you've deceived yourself into, as most have, is the fact that you think being relevant to someone else or coherent to someone else somehow solidifies you as being a part of the whole, or a compliant instead of a nonconformist. It brings you into the fold of cattle that your species was destined to become. And they were able to implement the system of reward conditioning to get humans to start following a timeline and then gave them something to apply that timeline to, which is even more conditioning. And when you think of the relevancy that that has to a creator or a god or a deity or anything of that nature, first thing is that our days and nights are only relative to this planet. Our interpretation of cycles from our perspective is an outer observation of a limited scope of sight, which ties you into what most clocks and months calendars are based off of. But in actuality, there is the divine clock, there is the heavenly, there is the illuminary clock, and the lunar and the solar clock that are more so governed by the true cycle of this realm. And then you have the implied clock and the implied cycle. And that is the one that once you can bend a species over to get them to start complying to, then you can start edging into each corner and crevice of their existence and their life. It also shows that you are going to not put up much resistance or any type of backlash to whatever they design the process of a day to be according to that clock, until you can get away from it. And once you get away from it, you can start freeing the concepts that you've actually put upon yourself, the burdens of time. And whenever I was able to escape the biggest part of the confines of being stuck in that thinking, I found that it was more so others who wanted to imply that clock or that system of thinking and infringe it upon me. And I found it almost impossible to escape, which brought it to my attention very heavily. And I thought, if something that is illusionary, basically, it's in your head, and they apply themselves to it and question the relevancy of it as to physics and how it loses value even in the quantum realm. You can see how they stacked it and was able to stretch thinking out in a linear fashion. I think maybe in an earlier stage of our development as a species, we might have had more spherical type thinking and an expanded observation of movement. But the more that we complied and the more that we allowed systems of control or men in power to get people to comply to it, the more control they had over them. But then the least control that they had over the dissident, and therefore the dissident could be spotted very easily. They were usually up late at night, meandering around. Their creative energies and sparks were generally on fire at night. And then you also had a certain type of energy that come with living in the opposed spectrum of being a night dweller. I think that's where you can begin to separate yourself from that type of thinking. Now, in a digital world, and in a world that is based off of a construct or an infrastructure that is digital and more machine and mechanical than what we're given as far as our biological machine and how it applies to its environment, you start running into the potentials of being able to measure processing speed. You can make equivalent the depth and volume of something also by time and space. And I think that's why it was so important that they pushed that issue, time and space. And they want to put time into a fourth dimensional state, time space. And now that the relevancy of that has been brought into question, and now it's just a matter of people adjusting to a more finite, a more stringent set of timekeeping modes and modules, is going to be the mathematically analytic and interactive mind that will understand numbers and proportion, that will be able to take any type of personal liberty and creative aspects and apply it to the newer technologies that's coming. Because in a state of symmetry, time is not a relevancy, only potential. Potential is the only thing that's relevant. And you have potentials that are manifest potentials, and then you have the potential that remains a potential and gives you an observation of the M theory, or the many worlds concept. And I'm more so ascribed to it now than I do the clock on the wall, which I don't have any clocks available to me. I try to shut all the clocks around me down. I get my energy from a different source. Matter of fact, I have become so divergent to this wakened state of interaction that I've had to disband people and remove influences in people, almost just to get a breath of fresh air inside my own mind, my own thinking. But you're going to find that when you remove the body and the circadian rhythm that's built into the body, which peculiarly enough, there's a percentage of the population here on Earth that has the same circadian rhythm as Mars, of course, of a Mars cycle, as opposed to an Earth cycle, for whatever reason. Once you remove the flesh from the equation, then time becomes irrelevant. Time is not a factor that a state beyond being physical is not going to find it relevant unless it's distance. Then you're dealing with something completely different, because that puts it on a variable. Time can be brought to a variable of different speeds according to distance, according to perspective, as according to interaction. And your perspective would have to be completely one of a fully observational, 300 plus degrees. And that's just not very possible in a human body. So I watched this foreign entity as it's edging its way closer into our every moment. And I'm watching where it, the same as that any creator god or deity or any divine thing that interacts with this particular plane of existence, will, one of the first things it does is it applies time. So, and you'll find that was easily indoctrinated into people through a system of movement, and that movement being measured into pieces of time, time being brought down to a quantum level of Planck scale, and being made relevant only by the physical state of yourself, unless there's a relevancy of being in this particular plane without a body, and time still applying as if it has a bearing on the objective. So therefore, we are and have been and will be brought to a more submissive state of existence the further that artificial intelligence and the digital infrastructure goes, thus the 15-minute study and what it has to offer and how they're trying to bring time into relevancy, because time is very much necessary for a linear equation. And it's easier to control something on a linear equation than it is in a spherical equation. Because you can bring a different dimensional process of stop and go. And I won't go into the whole madness of the circle being squared or the square being circled, and the indifference that just that fraction of a difference that can't be measured that lies between the square being circled. But if you noticed, one of the first things that they do is they put a CMOS clock, or a nuclear relevant clock, into electronical devices. And all these little handheld gadgets and trinkets and toys are all generally kept on the same time frame. They work off of the same time structure. A lot of people apply it to the nuclear clock, but even with the nuclear clock, that time was bent whenever they put it up against the ratio of distance and speed outside of the ground, when they were removed themselves from the ground and were able to remain in low orbit long enough to, I think it was, I forget how many hundredths of a second. And that was on a nuclear clock that it was able to throw that off. But anyhow, all these devices stay on a relevant time with each other until the battery wears down, or your CMOS loses a battery or loses the ability to keep up because it needs energy for self-correction to bring it into consistency and coherence with other devices. And if you've ever played with certain devices, older technology versus newer technology, and you're trying to apply the newer and the older technology, those are compatible. If that clock is not functional, then it can actually make one device obsolete from the other just by the reference of a clock and how that clock is built into the device. That's no different than what you're dealing with externally as a being here on this plane of existence and in this earth by another set of perimeters, a clock, a celestial clock, and cycles and systems of the cycle. But it applies itself to something a lot more subtle, but more impactful. These are repeated cycles of energy, unidirectional energy, omnidirectional energy, by placement of various bodies repetitively throughout a cycle to obtain the same effect or event that it was prior to that point of observation in a circle, a cycle, from a point. And when it repeats that point, generally everything else falls into place due to that cycle to bring around that relevant repeat. Cataclysms, ice ages, earthquakes, pole shifts, magnetic field shifts, which has to do with your pole shifts. Now that they've managed to completely weed that out of you, it should be more coherent to you as to why they now have to control the environment, weather. They have to pull weather into their cycle and into their cycles of time, as opposed to being completely influenced by outside cycles, the natural cycle of things. And this can be manipulated by the weather. And also adjust once you've adjusted yourself to being a slave to this technology and these devices, and they've started prying themselves into your world, you will start setting yourself by your device. Your device will become basically your new calendar, clock, and for a lot of people now, it's a social medium of self-indulgence. I mean, when you're dealing with machine learning and language models, you might as well be talking to yourself. But there's a variable of time that is consistent there. And you'll find that with that time, there comes potentials and possibilities, stronger in certain areas, weaker in others. But be aware that if a system of devices are set up, and the time between these devices are incoherent, which means that they're not all on the exact precise time, then there's disruption in the flow of consistency and information. And the information then becomes diseased, infected, and doesn't allow the full system to work and function on a unilateral system. And that should be made to your advantage if you pay attention, read between the lines just a little bit. You can set up as many computers and objects as you want. But if the clock is off and they aren't running off of the same proprietary time base, then the functions can be put off and disrupted. If you were to ever endeavor onto doing such a thing. Just thought I would throw that out there to you. Because you may not at this moment, but you will soon find it to be very relevant. And you will then see what the implications of having a clock that is not set to the proper time, which is a base time, disrupts the entire Internet of Things. Interesting thought, huh?